We are back. Hello once again, everyone. Right, false start earlier. Things happen. Servers decide they don't want to be servers. But we're back now. It's time for the race. Currently, we just have a 8 minutes or so practice session. Just to help everyone join, get one in, all of that. So, I hope you've all had your lunch. Or in my case, well, I've got fruit ready to go, but no game sound at the moment. That's fixed the game sound. Whoops. Even I had a false start though. Because I restart the stream, are the sound levels okay? Not too overpowering. I won't be making any chat mods today. I appreciate the offer, I really do. But I've got it under control for now. But I do appreciate the offer. Thank you. Okay. So, as far as things stand, they should be given the same starting grid order as they were as was qualifying. So it should, I think they might even skip through once everyone has joined, because we still haven't got a full grid yet. Actually, no, we have all 30 drivers. We haven't got a full grid, and a few people out and about trying to get some lap times in. Following the Spider Lexus because I love the skin and the livery so much. I mean, why not? Getting some extra practice. I guess the important thing to note is we will be doing 5 hours of racing now. A little bit less. I mean, that's mainly just down to, I think, servers? It's all server stuff, isn't it? Also, you know, there's a big grid. We want to make sure everyone was happy to do it. So it'll be 5 hours. I could talk to you about lap times, but I don't think it's relevant, because we've already had all our fastest laps there. If anyone's skins have fixed themselves, or racing are fine. Playing games. Where's the Aston Martin? Good question. Here's one of the Aston Martins. Not the blue one you're referring to. Here is another Aston Martin. And yet again, not the blue one. Where's the blue Aston Martin? That's definitely not a blue Aston Martin. It's not a blue Aston Martin. That's not a blue Aston Martin. Let's be look for a blue one. I can't find it. Maybe the skin's broken. I did resync my skins just in case. They might have joined with the wrong one by accident. I hope not. Right, 4 minutes left of this practice. Quick practice, or it will get skipped. So. Fastest on track is the Lexus. I don't think they were the fastest in qualifying. It's bad. I should have taken down the qualifying positions, but as I said, I wasn't prepared for the server to not be a server. You saw my face. I don't have a face. Don't even have a camera plugged in. Put an edge there. Let's see if I have an explanation of the grid order that he's not posting it. Certainly not posting it here either. Amazing. It's fun. Well, 3 minutes to go, and we should be underway. I think everyone has hopefully learned from their experience of Turn 1 last time. Paddock Hill is Paddock Hill. It's Paddock Hill. Everyone learned from their mistakes in Paddock Hill. And probably doesn't repeat of that. By the looks of things, when we looked back at it, it was a one of the front runners went off the track and didn't rejoin in the smoothest of ways, but then it was an amplified issue where one person rejoins and everyone kind of adjusts quickly, and then someone doesn't adjust quickly enough, as is sim racing. But there's going to be no penalties for anyone for that lap 1 previous race incident because it's not relevant anymore. So hopefully everyone keeps that one down inside and doesn't take too much speed into Paddock Hill this time, especially with 30 cars going into Druids. 2 minutes remaining, which is nice. Get used to switching between these cameras. There's not any hotkeys. Wish there was. Make my life so much easier. Too many Ferraris. There are plenty of Ferraris. I'm all for it. I do love the Ferraris. I think they also still, I think last server, maybe not this server, there was a balance of power, as they call it, in place. Just where they kind of make the weighting of the car kind of more fair between some of them. I don't know if that still applies to this server, because we switched them over. Hopefully it does. Not that it matters, because like I said, we're not going for a qualifying. But I can see that the track is currently in what we call fast form, as opposed to optimum. Oh, they were just pitting. Is in fast form, which just means it's not quite as grippy as some of the drivers want it to be. I imagine for the race it will automatically, switch on to optimum, so everyone has more grip. But currently, it's not quite there. From what I can see, the temperature and weather settings are exactly the same. There's no rain scheduled. Again, we're at the UK. And track temperature 31, which will obviously increase as it goes on. How do I join future races? That is a good question. I should have linked, thought I had linked, information for the community which is hosting the event, PLR, Pro League Racing. They are on SGP, Sim Racing GP, or if you type in SGP on Google, you'll be able to find them. It is a website where you can sign up and join the community and join in their future races. I believe they do most of them through there, but I'll have to admit, I wouldn't know. They do various events like this and sprints and so on. This practice is now over, and we're into the waiting time. Who is still out on the track, getting in some last minute practice. They finish. Sterling's to finish a last flying lap before we race. I hope the grid order will be correct. If not, I'm sure people will get too mad. There we go. The grid has been set correctly by the looks of things. I've had to click that. Ooh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. There we go. The grid has been set. That's alright. We have just that 5 minutes of wait time. And then we'll be good to go. So, Kevin at the front, Kevin Tutic in the Ferrari. We have Lorenzo in the McLaren. Chris Martin in the Ferrari in P3. We have Tony in P4. I think it's still correct, yeah, Nathaniel in P5. Conrad in the Spider Jack in P6. Ville in the Spider Lexus in P7. We have Sebastian in the Aston Martin in P8. We have Robert in P9. And rounding up the top 10, we have David in the Ferrari in P10. Let's go Croatian drivers. Indeed, we have. They are the largest, the biggest representation of drivers is from Croatia today. With supposedly 10 drivers from Croatia. If the statistics are correct, that is. But there should be 10. The highest representation of any. Followed by the United Kingdom for 9. They're across a lot of teams as well. So a big variety of Croatian drivers, or drivers representing Croatia today. As we're into the 3 minutes remaining before the race starts. So the car at the front with Kevin in the seat, although as we've seen from previous races, sometimes doesn't quite get it. Kevin and his team, all representing Croatia as well, in that Ferrari, P1. In a team name that my dyslexic brain reads as Penguin Forces, but it's not. Penguin Tim Forces. They've got the front row. They deserve it, and I'm glad they got to keep it because of the server restart issues, which don't never happen. And just a reminder, if you're joining us just before the start of the race, it will be just a 5-hour race instead of 6 hours, just due to the later start. Indeed, lots of support. It's great to see. Take 2, indeed. Hope you've all got your various drinks and snacks. I've got water and fruit, which should do me just fine. Some people are confident, already got their fuel load sorted for the first stint. As you can see, they've dropped down. We still have a few floating cars, probably just as they change bits and bobs. Who's driving first? Fuel loads. Maybe setups? Doubt it. Honestly, accidentally didn't take something they were supposed to. Teledrazen. Indeed. Let us go soon. Very soon. I'll put up on screen the current grid order. I think the handicap will be irrelevant right now because some people haven't sorted out their fuel load still. So it's roughly that. Good variety of cars, and as you'll notice, there's a few outliers, some Bentleys, some Jags, especially the Jaguar P6, which is incredible considering it's such a slow car. Watch for Sianel, he doesn't like to brake. Okay. I shall watch and hope that he does brake. Especially... Well... I think... Well, this is the thing. My race director says that he's currently in the car, but the game says it's Kevin. So, as I apologised previously, if I get who's doing a driver's stint the wrong way around, I can only say sorry. As we're less than a minute to go before the formation lap, the beginning of the 5 hours of Brands Hatch Race for Charlie. Again, if you haven't already, please go into the description and go to the GoFundMe to read his story and donate. We're very close to our goal, which is great. And we haven't even started the race, which is great. Lots to do, and hopefully everyone learned from last time. All the cars are dropping. Everyone's happy. And everyone will be turning their engines on and getting to go now. Now? There we go. Okay. There's Kevin, supposedly Kevin, or Sanyal. We shall see. Starts leading everyone round for that formation lap of Brands Hatch, the GP circuit. The timer hasn't started, and we're wanting to get their tyres warm. Their minds ready for potentially a long stint. Car on the front row of the grid does have 3 drivers, so possibly shorter stints. But which does remind me, we've gone down from 6 mandatory pit stops to 5. That includes solo drivers in teams of 2 and teams of 3. There are 5 pit stops. Let's go number 19 Jags. They are very underrepresented. We do indeed have Conrad back here in the Spider Jag as a bollard goes flying in the background. I hope that bollard wasn't important for anyone's braking decisions, but yes, we do indeed have a Spider Jag. I think it's the only Jag racing today. Kevin just backing up the pack a little bit, not in a rush. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We also have a one-off BMW and a one-off Mercedes. So a mixture, a real mixture of cars. Oh. I think someone isn't sure where they should be. That definitely weren't P2. I think they just forgot to brake and they've kind of clipped through everywhere. Yes, indeed, this is the formation lap. Very close to the formation lap now. Literally 2 turns to go. And Kevin was just backing them up just a little bit. I mean, why not? Nice and slow. There we go. We are heading down clearways. Everyone's getting all formed up. 2 wide, ready to go. I'm sure everyone's gearing to go for a better attempt at turn 1 at Paddocks Hill this time. Just slowing down now, waiting for the green lights, which we will hear. Maybe not see, because the camera always seems to forget that I also want to see when the lights turn green. Let's see who'll get on the throttle fastest. The 5-hour Brands Hatch Race for Charlie. And it's green light. Here we go. Kevin, this time again, going down to Paddocks Hill, holding the inside line, just as we have Lorenzo trying to hold out from P3 behind of Chris Martin, who just looked like he got him come up to Druids Hill. A much cleaner lap 1 as it looks like it was a little bit of contact at the beginning of Druids. Lorenzo in the background goes a little bit wide and gets overtaken by Chris Martin, who's now got P2. Looks like Kevin has really already cleared the field with a nice clean start to the race. Looking back just a little bit, Chris Martin has stolen that P2 from Lorenzo Trelli as there's lots of movement in the back, lots of messing around at Surtees as they go a little bit wide, losing positions, and it looks like there's contact with the Spider Lexus there as they're going side by side down towards, well, down Pilgrim's Rock towards Hawthorns, as they see him just looking around, seeing what he can get done. Got an inside move just behind. Spider Lexus making sure that he keeps that position. By the looks of things, a much cleaner first lap. Kevin already out ahead. Let's change to see what is happening. already pulled out a gap of 1.2 and we haven't even finished that first lap. So we have Aiden back here, losing a few positions to some of the other drivers. Not quite sure what happened there. Looked like he dropped quite a few suddenly. Possibly a spin that we didn't quite see. As your lap time sign rolling in, the lap times don't really matter at this point, of course. We've had some big moves from the start. Chris Martin here, gaining the 1 position on the start from Lorenzo, who lost the 1. We had Tony pretty much holding his own, staying P4, keeping P4 safe and in his hands. Good to see. We had Conrad in the Spider Jag gaining a position in a Jaguar up to P5. Fantastic work. And then Nathaniel losing a position to the Spider Jag, but staying right in his tail as we peek over towards Pilgrim's Drop. I'm sure hoping that they can get some kind of draft, maybe look for a move the inside. But it's a very well, most brands hatches are very difficult to overtake on due to the kind of the way the corners are. Going too wide isn't an option for a lot of people in these corners. In terms of biggest moves we've seen, looking back, we have Eric, last name I'm not going to try to pronounce, I apologise, even though you sent me a message about it, in the McLaren, who gained 7 positions by the end of, well, by midway through lap 2, which is a very big jump to make. Started P20 and they're P13. Let's look at some of these gaps. We have Nathaniel right on the tail of the Spider Jag. Really seeing if they can get anything done on any of these corners. It's a tight and twisty track, but of course Conrad is a very, very consistent driver, especially in the Jaguar. They proved during free practice and qualifying that even with traffic they were able to set really good times in a relatively weak car. It's a view from behind for Conrad, and Nathaniel right in the rear mirror. Any small mistake touching grass, a little spin, wouldn't end well for them. As we see them edging ever closer. Further back down the grid, we have Nico really pushing here against Alavari? Yeah, no, I'll try that. Basically nothing separating these two Aston Martins in towards the end of this lap. They do. End of lap 3 for these people. I don't know if it's the real James May, but it could be. So, end of lap 3, start of lap 4, and Kevin, 2.3 ahead. Safe, secure, fast lap as well, 1:23.6. Not even a time to beat, that's close to the times we're seeing in qualifying of 1:22s. With the next driver behind them, Chris Martin, heading the 1:24s. They've got 2.5 seconds to make up, but they will need to increase the pace. Say that, of course, it is, of course, a much longer race. Looks like a lot of positions lost suddenly here. I wonder what's happened. Can we hit the replay button and see if we can get a replay? It looks like the Mercedes possibly lost it. Or touched the grass. Ah, they've lost the rear ends. Yeah, and they've hit the wall. They're going to have picked up some damage. I imagine it'd be quite frustrating because it's quite early in the race. We're only in lap 4. And they've spun it and lost a lot of positions in one go. Yes, they've lost. They're down now to 29. They've lost 14 positions from the start. I'm sure owing that incident as well that they've had. Looking forward, the top 10 are really close together actually. Basically nothing separating them. With times basically changing constantly. Oh, looks like it goes a little wide. He's going side by side into Surtees. Is he going to make it stick? He gets the braking point just right. It looks like it goes ahead, but while behind it looks like someone goes off the track. As we have a yellow flag, Nathaniel has lost. Oh no, what's happened there? Let's get a replay of what we've just missed there. It looks like when they've come up Surtees, he's gone a little wide or been pushed wide and hit the wall. Oh no, on a rejoin, he lost the rear end, was a little wiggly, and then got just a little tap. That's all it took. Unfortunately, he's tumbled down just a little bit. As it looks like, the Spider Lexus is fighting hard against McLaren. Very close there. As he goes a little wide, loses position while trying to make a move. I'm sure he's not going to be happy with that. As he looks ahead, the person he was fighting, who lost the position while fighting, I'm sure he'll be frustrated. The Lexus, a mostly more stable car. Looks like he got more speed through Alex. Is he going to try and make something stick in Druids? No. Though he's going around the outside. Still very close at that kind of front mid-pack, that top 10. So we'll go a little bit wide there. Looks like he's carrying more speed through than the Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin is defending hard. Really doesn't want to give anything away. What a close race, especially so early on. I'm sure the other team drivers who are waiting for the stints are waiting to see who gets good positions. Looking behind, it's even closer. Oh, it's a strange camera. There we go. Someone was a bit slow there. Looked for a move. Sterling didn't quite make it stick in a livery that I apologise, I'm missing. That's the front with the Lexus, so it looks like he's trying to make a move again in the Clark curve down towards Panics Hill in the straight. Right in the toe and just looking for little gaps or points where I mean they are carrying more speed through all of these corners, it would seem. It's just making a move stick. Because that Aston Martin is just positioning their car exactly where they want it to be. They're not giving anything away. But as we already seen earlier, it only takes the smallest touch of the grass for everything to tumble away. But saying this, it looks like the Aston Martin's going to make a move on the McLaren. Or Lorenzo. Gone side by side. Looks like they might try 3 wide down here. It's definitely going to be at least 2 wide. It's all close. We're going to need to give space to each other. Sheen curve is not a forgiving area. They just have to let us settle down just a little bit more. That's, wow. Incredibly. I mean, look at the gaps there. Everyone's jostling to see where they can find holes in people's defences. I'm sure the view for Lorenzo is not fun. Look at that. Quite the queue for them on now. They're 3.5 seconds away from the nearest competitor. Looks like they might have been just kind of dropping their pace just a little bit. Not in the way that they want it to go. Which is backing that pack up a little bit. But not many big moves. I mean, it's difficult when everyone's this close, because even if you get one, then you're stuck behind someone else and they're also trying to make a move and might be braking later than expected, going offline. Can't be easy, but there's a big variety of vehicles, different cars, so we're going to be looking to see where they can make the most out of their lap. So we see just how close they all are. Going through all this section around Hawthorns and Westfields, it's all the smallest mistake right now could cost you like 6 positions, which is I'm sure playing on all of their minds. But while all this is going on, Kevin out front is still building that humongous gap. Now up to 6 seconds. I'm sure the other drivers on his team, the 2 other drivers, are more than happy with that ever increasing gap. Oh, he brakes a little late, making still ever closer. Not making anything. I don't think any of them are. The only places we really see overtakes happen so far has been at 30s after this Cooper straight here. But even then, it's risky, as we saw when they were when they went off. They went off, not very helpful. But I'm sure all of this racing is going to be damaging their tyres. I'm sure they've all fueled appropriately. Probably all pretty much equal in fuel. As we see him just looking to see if he can make a move early. I'm sure it must be frustrating when you feel like you're on pace, especially because they're all hitting the 124s, when a lot of them have in qualifying been hitting 123s, even 122s, some of them, and they're kind of stuck in this big middle pack, all with less than a second separating about 6 cars. Kevin's lead can be ended with pit stop. Kevin's lead can be ended with traffic from entry and exit the pit lane. I mean, Kevin also still has the best lap time, fastest overall. Last lap was a 1:23.5. Chris Martin is trying to chip away at that, getting 1:23.7 last lap. Oh, as it looks like, you see the Spider Lexus. Oh, he goes too wide. He tries to go too wide, it doesn't stick, and now look at that. That is exactly what I was worrying was going to be happening. The smallest mistake, and he's lost 4 positions in one go. As we see other positions being lost, as Nico goes a little bit wide there, but tries to go too wide down Pilgrim's Drop. Coming towards Hawthorne's too wide. No, he decides it's not worth it. 6 behind the Ferrari there. Sorry, Joe Eliminator, I am briefly checking the check every now and again, but as you can also see, the racing is very intense. Very, very intense. Very sad to see the large drops we're having in this very busy mid-pack. And I'm sure that the Spider Lexus Ville is annoyed, to say the least. I will keep an eye out on steward decisions as well, in case I get any information. Currently I don't see much steward information. Let's look further back. We have some other close racing back here. Lewick, Girdard, currently in P14 in McLaren, with Greg Ellis close behind, making a move actually in Druids. Got the inside line and he made it stick. For one second I thought that the other McLaren was actually going to get a position themselves from the driver in front, but it looks like they just didn't take Paddock Hill quite right, and it's cost them a position to Greg Ellis in that very nice Spider-Man livery. The fastest lap so far, the fastest lap we currently have for race pace is a 1:23.5, I think, bearing in mind that the stints are about 45 minutes. There's quite a lot of fuel on board, especially when we've only done 10 laps. Of course, stints might be ending soon, so we'll have to keep an eye out for the... for whoever gets first. But yes, 1:23.5 is the fastest lap, and that is to Kevin, who's out in P1, with 7 seconds being the gap from them to P2 of Chris Martin, who is setting 1:24s basically. Looks like that position that Greg gained is now being fought back. Yes, it looks like, but he's not going to let him keep that position as they come down towards Paddock Hill, and he has the inside line on Greg. And he's made it stick. Greg probably just had to brake a little earlier, come off the throttle to allow it to avoid a costly mistake at Paddock Hill, as it looks like behind. Oh no, I say that, but Greg's taken the inside line as with a spin just behind. A yellow flag. It looks like they've regained it quite nicely. That's close. As they both go off, another Lexus, which unfortunately is run into some trouble with it. They touched the grass, they couldn't get a position to stick. now it's cost them. As there's more jostling for positions, very close there. The Beamer, the Lexus and the Ferrari, none of them want to get any ground as they try and go too wide now into Hawthorne's. Very close there. Nathaniel will not be happy with losing that position there. The Beamer, the Lexus goes a little bit. Looks like they lose the rear end. He's going to try stick it here, and he manages just... Oh, but he goes in the grass, and so does the BMW. He stays ahead. Seems a bit like he kept the position when going off the grass, but I'm not a racing steward, so I saw nothing. Looking back towards the front of the grid, we still have some super close racing. The Lexus, the Spider-Man Lexus, is coming up to try rejoin the pack that they were fighting hard in. I'm sure they're infuriated from their earlier mistake. Right in the tail of the Aston Martin here, going through. Luckily, not much damage to them for a spin, which was rather painful, to say the least. But they seem to be outpacing everyone, kind of this middle sector, Surtees to Hawthorne's, Pilgrim, all of that area. The Lexus seems to really shine in, providing they don't touch the grass. As we have a fight out the front, if the camera snaps properly, for P2. It looks like Chris Martin, when we weren't looking, has lost the position of P2 and has been overtaken by that of Tony in the Ferrari. I mean, they're both Ferraris, but like, he just lost the position, and the gap is already building. I mean, Kevin is out ahead by 9 seconds now. And maybe there was a mistake we didn't see. But Chris has now lost that position. But will be staying on the tail, of course, to Tony. As they have his tire screeching there. As we have another position change. Oh, and they both spin! Looks like they've collided with each other. Carnage behind. Let's get a replay on what we've just missed there. Looks like they've come down to pad a kill. They tried to go on too wide. McLaren took too much speed and they've touched. Other cars were good to avoid as much as they can. Very close there from the Aston Martin, nearly colliding with it. Lots of positions gained and lost. I'm sure no one was happy with that. Especially at the start of the lap. It's going to damage him for the rest of it. And just to argue your point, Joe. But if you refer to the GoFundMe, they have all the links relevant to it. As I said, I'm not an admin or anything on PLR. I just, I can't race. So this is the next best thing I could do. It helps out. But yes, a tandem drift, if you will. More like a... Oh, someone goes wide there. What's happened there? Taking too much speed. Little bumping there as well. This mid-pack is not happy with each other, are they? 2 wide, 3 wide, they're in doubles. Aston Martin trying to slot its way in, losing the rear end a little bit. I'm sure the tyres are starting to struggle. They've done 14 laps now. Almost 14 laps. That's the start finish. Now they've done 14 laps. These 14 laps, I'm sure, are starting to feel the effects from their tyres. Their fuel loads will be going lower, so they're trying to go faster. But last lap, this car we're looking at now, what David did on 28, so I imagine that was part and parcel with the drifting and crashing incident that we saw. This pack is just so close. That Lexus has gone back from, getting 2 positions from their loss earlier, down to P10, back up to P8, right in the middle of all of this fighting. Chris is still on the tail, trying to regain that P2 they lost. Yeah, P6 to P15 are all basically half a second. I mean, look at that. Almost 15 laps in, and the grid is stacked like that, super close to each other. With absolutely no space, no room for errors. Looking back, Nathaniel is on the absolute tail of that BMW. Trying to, you can see they've got plenty of damage in the car, trying to pick up some of the positions they lost, because I'm sure they started, yeah, they lost 13 positions from the start. So they've got the pace, and they just need to clear some of this traffic to get back into that busy mid-pack. Which I'm sure they'll be itching to do. No, such close racing. It's incredible, considering, well, the driving standards have been great compared to the false start we had earlier. And 24 hours, 48 minutes in. Plenty of time though. Plenty that happen. These drivers are really risking a lot. As we look at this mid-grid again, because I'm enjoying how it looks. This super close racing with the Lexus. Again, making a move stick, holding that line, trying to go too wide down the Pilgrim's Drop, but I'm sure I remember from last time what happened when he did that. Hawthorne's is risky. Blocks in behind. It looks like he got the better exit, carried more speed through. No. Not exactly the corner. Not the corner who make those overtakes. It's a very scary corner, which you're trying to do mostly flat, same as this one, as it looks like the Aston Martin trying to make a move on the Spider Lexus. As you are cheering on the number 19. How is number 19 doing? The Spider Jack. Number 19 of Conrad here. Driving very well in P4 in a Jaguar. Their best time is a 1:23.8, so they're way up there in the pace. Nice and clear, 1 second away from Chris Martin and 10 seconds clear of P5. I believe they're racing on their own as well, so if they are, good on them. Mid-grid starting to space that a little bit with a few outliers, with the larger gaps increase. There's no respite for any of these midfield drivers. Top 15 is incredibly competitive as you have some moves here. Looks like Greg has lost some positions. He's lost 2 positions. If the Bentley overtakes the Ferrari, not a sentence to say often. I imagine maybe he was trying to make a move and it didn't stick properly. And this is the result. Excuse me, I need a temporary. Okay. I will leave you with some action. What do I put on this sticker? So you understand that I'll be back imminently. I haven't turned. Right, that's wrong sticker. Is Kevin still winning? Oh, Kevin's still winning. And just set a fast lap. 1:23.1. Incredibly fast. I went AFK and I've missed action, which is horrific. Really all in this midfield, I mean look at it. We have blue flags, what is going on here at Druids? Everyone needs to be super careful on their braking points, especially when it's just this close. This is just P5 down to P10. Blue flag waving. I can't work out that Kevin trying to get through the field. Kevin's already through the field. He's trying to get through the field at the moment. He's struggling. I'm not sure. Or it's a back marker. This pack is bunched up again. Last time it bunched up this much, we had an incident, so hopefully all the drivers keep clear of each other. It's the wrong tab. There we go. Positions gained there by Eric. Lorenzo dropped back a little bit. I've just lost 10 positions, unfortunately. Not really sure why. Looks like they might even lose another one. PLR behind in the McLaren as well. There's some positions gained there by James May. Because we have our first pit stop here. Tomislav from Sidmark is the first person to pit, the first team to pit. I believe they are in a team of 3, so they'll be switching drivers. I could not tell you if there's another person joining them in the pit lane, so this is the beginning of silly season. We begin to see now people pitting. So we shall see who picks next. To the further back racers, maybe switching to faster drivers, or just deciding that they need a little break, don't blame them. We're about 20 laps in. So I would imagine for some people they might have done a slightly lower fuel run this first one, or as I can see here, they've picked up some damage. So they're just waiting to see if they can change tyres. So I think themselves a better chance. Switch out, refresh. As we follow Kevin here at the front, very far at the front. Still hitting those 123s. There's a lot of destroyed foam board there. Some of them like brake markers, it seems. And we're doing the spider looks. I love seeing how the spider looks doing because I love this. I love them so much. Very busy midfield. So behind it, we see a little wobble there. Lorenzo losing position as well to the other McLaren. Seems like they've been going back quite a bit. I wonder if they're struggling with tyres, fuel load, or just how the race has been so far. I mean, they lost 13 positions from the start, unfortunately. And I'm sure they're looking to try and make up for that. Something or another chat. I don't think the links are, allowed. I haven't really set anything up. You can, yes. We had a few pits now, we had about 4. Not really highly from the front. Kevin's now 13 seconds ahead. Oh, there's a bit of a spin. What's happened there? The Aston Martin has lost it at Druids. They've been following closely behind, and maybe they've just they misjudged. Braking point got hit from behind. Reacting to the car in front, and it's cost him dearly. We see another yellow flag. Well, I think that's the same car missing out again. Yeah, replan that. They've tried to get back position after a rejoin. They were up 30s and they've lost it. Well, they've been hit from behind. I can't really see what's happened there. Aston Martin has dropped a lot of positions in a very short amount of time. I'm sure the stewards will probably have a look at the initial contact and probably the second, if there was any. I couldn't quite see. It looked like there was contact. And if there was, I imagine you might see some penalties floating around. Well, let's talk the penalties. Let's have a little gander. Some really serious decisions? No. But as always, this mid-pack is crazy. I would say it's almost time for another copy, but for the kill, just a little bit longer. Because mid-pack is busy. And none of this mid-pack has hit it yet. I mean, they've all made sizable jumps and position gains. I doubt they want to give up track position just yet, providing they have the fuel for that. The fuel to stay out. As we see more position changes. Oh, as we see the McLaren go wide in the background there. Losing positions as they go too wide in front of him. A little tap there. Oh, as they both go off. Eric looks like he's gained position from that fighting in front. He has, and he's made it stick. Just so slightly touching Duros, but keeping us, giving himself to attention. There's a bit of a yellow flag at the back. What's happened here? That's a car facing the wrong way. What's happened there? It looks like they were racing too closely, and they've been taken out completely by the Bentley. Camera shot wasn't quite there, but it's cost him dearly. I think Nathaniel is now 24 positions down from the start. By the looks of things, probably wanting to go into the pit lane now. Yeah, as I imagined, they probably want to fix some things, change the tyres. I'm sure that hurt. Close racing at the front is kind of chilled out now. Still no pit stops in the top 24 drivers go up and pitted. Of course, I say that because the ones who have pitted have dropped out the top 24. As we see Conrad in the Spider-Jack, still holding his own, P4. Almost gaining, actually. 0.7 away from Chris Martin now. We have some moves here. Is that because he's had a pit, or just because they're very close fighting? Both cars touch the grass, going a bit wide. On the start-finish straight there. There's one more back marker. The Spider Lex certainly isn't the back marker. 0.3 behind. Really gains those positions back. Admittedly, from a lot of mistakes made by other people in front. But, in fact, they're exactly where they started. They qualified P7, they're currently P7. Fighting hard against the Ferrari ahead. With, again, nothing separating them. Looking for those tiny mistakes and those tiny gaps, which they have found down Pilgrim's Drop. But the Ferrari seems to be going much faster. And taking that outside, which is quite risky all at once. And yeah, they decided to back out. I would too. It is not a corner that you want to try and stick yourself side by side in. Absolutely trying their best. Especially with the pressure behind as well. I'm sure the Lexus is trying to move forward as these gaps increase. The Lexus up to decent, consistent driving. As we see this mid-pack get very busy. Very, very busy at Clearways. Look at that. Bentley pulling out in front, gaining a position as behind the two McLarens and the McLaren Ferrari Lexus not wanting to give anything up. Looking for gaps there, we see Greg go down the inside of the Lexus. Druids. A lot of position changes. A lot of position changes. Trying to keep track of what's going on in these various bunches is difficult because small mistakes have cost anyone racing these packs a lot. looking back. Overtake from Craig. A possible overtake from Craig. As is, yeah, going side by side. As we see car in the background go on the grass. Craig's made it stick on the inside of Westfield's, which is such a risky corner. There's Bob Jones, my bad. Here in the very nice livery. And P28. Lost position. Gained one overall. Hasn't pitted yet. Putting in the times. Let's get back to this midfield pack, which is bunched up at the moment. The Lexus looking at a move, possibly down paddock hill. Didn't see quite how they could keep the speed going. Druids, cars in front, jostling for position. The Lexus seeing if they can get anything, but not really getting it, while Greg gains the position that they lost earlier. Back from that McLaren of Eric. They just touched the grass, so goes the Parrot following them. As we see the Aston Martin there, quite wide. Oh, and we have a spin. Yellow flag there as Eric is facing the wrong way on quite this corner, and they reversed out the way, rightfully so. Absolutely do not want to get hit on that corner. Looks like they weren't expecting the back marker just to be there, and then they've collided with the Lexus. The Lexus, more stable car, kept it, and then they just, wow, that was close, and they just saved themselves from the rest of the calamity. But I'm sure they won't be happy with that position drop in that Fungus Racing team. I mean, admittedly won from their qualifying position, but shots have been racing higher up earlier. As we missed the Spider Jag getting Chris. When did that happen? Must have been during a replay. But that's right. The Spider Jag is now in P3. They gained a position, they put in the time, and Conrad is now P3 in a Jag. With a best time for them of a 1:23.8, and their last lap being 1:25, which is, well, their best lap isn't as fast as Chris behind with the fastest lap of 1:23, but it's close. It's very close. I'm sure Conrad will be happy with that. Kevin, my boy, calm down. I see what you mean. Kevin's way out in front. Possibly putting in some very good, fast, speedy laps before the end of their stint. Hitting 1:24s. Being fast. We see some position changes. Down at the back, the camera can't keep up with these changes. Behind the Lexus there, my favourite, the Spider Lexus. The two Aston Martins fighting hard. Losing and gaining positions. All just really staying within a second of each other. Need to remember to keep myself hydrated. Oh, as we see a pit there. Who's just entered the pit there? That's the Ferrari of David. I think one of the highest runners to pit. Is everyone in free position? I'm sure they're thinking about the long term. Getting new tyres on, refueling, and making sure that they can there's possibly some clean air around. There's a split during the pit by Aiden. Sorry, I can't that second. But really, that's what's happening everywhere. Nico doing great so far. Not any damage, I think. Nico is doing great. Where is Nico? Not Nico. That is Nico. Nicely in P5. Best lap of 1:24.2. They gained 7 positions from the start of the race, so fantastic. Considering they started P12. As we're 40 minutes into these drivers' stints. Surely feeling the effects of the racing for 40 minutes, I'm sure. Nice gap from them to the Lexus behind, the Spider Lexus, 4.1 seconds. And these two Aston Martins battling out still. Nico is 786. That'll be this one, the Aston Martin 786 of Brotherhood Racing. I think, well, no, I know that the livery is probably wrong. As I said, I did download all the liveries pre-race and then refresh them again. But I don't think it's picked up the livery, so I can only apologise to them for that. Unless they've decided to race it like that. And then, I like it. Carbon. Position changes. Jordan May. Position gain from someone in the pit, so already the same. See Tom. Here's Aston Martin bidding for a driver change. As out comes Dino. No, Dino. Dino from the pit lane. As just ahead we see McLaren go a little bit wide. A little bit wide. Looks like they're a back mark, just getting out of the way. I wonder when we're seeing if the front runners go out as Chris goes a little bit wide there. Carrying a bit too much speed or missing their braking point. I imagine they won't be too happy with that. But their stint so far gone across 30 laps in 42 minutes. So it looks like they are struggling for grip, or just a little bit. Or they're really coasting and low on fuel. Greg Ellis, close behind the Bentley now. The Bentley goes a little wide, touches the grass, losing some speed in the exit there, so Greg should have a good run. Staying close behind. Making sure that they pick the correct braking point and don't go into the back of that Bentley. Pit stops in that kind of top portion. It's not Greg's driving back just a little bit. Moving further back. Break here. Getting very close to Aston Martin. Looks like they take quite a bit of damage. Getting some good times of 124.3s, but not a lot of positions we made early race. Just consistent lap times. Well, all this is happening on track, of course. Kevin is still ever increasing that gap. And the Spider Jag of Conrad, now a nice 4 seconds clear of the driver in front and behind. So a little bit of breathing room. Not that that's a lot of breathing room in Brands Hatch, of course. Back up the field. These two Aston Martins are still fighting. Coming close to the end of their stints. So let's see what the front runners hit. So much speed into this race, but then he does have a lot of speed in this throw. This is absolutely trying his hardest. Trying to keep a track of some of these battles. There's a lot. Like, look at this. There's this mid-pack. We see some time penalties getting dished out here. 15 second, 10 seconds, 30 and 15 second time penalties getting dished out there. Not sure what for. cars from earlier incidents or it's just in front of me to help me understand why something just gained some why something just gains penalties. Doesn't mean we have gained penalties there. As I will have to do. Hello, I have now returned. The penalties, I can read to you where they have now come from. First of all, we can see Algaria up there at the front in car 426, gained a 15-second time penalty for braking too late. Car number 10 in the Bentley gained a 10-second penalty for pushing car number 2 a little bit too wide. Car number 862, a 30-second penalty for getting to brake. I'm literally reading as it is in the steward's board. And last but not least, car 282 gained a 15-second penalty for braking too late. So a lot of braking issues in a very close field. I mean, there were going to be some penalties eventually, especially with how close this pack is. And just looking at this fight here, it's very close. And while I was out, I also saw Greg lost quite a few positions. Trying to get a camera angle which keeps us whole back in shot because they're doing very well. Racing very, very close racing. All the bollocks are missing, of course, from that corner. They've all been hit off way longer. I think even formation lap, weren't they? Yes, indeed, live stewarding. Very good live stewarding. They're the only penalties that have come out so far. Of course, I imagine there might be more to come. Maybe. Some of the things I've seen. Or, someone's following. But, I mean, they haven't pitted yet. Any of these drivers. A yellow flag there for Jordan May. Looks like they've gone a bit wide. Look at the replay for that. They're taking speed up. They gained a position and they've been hit off. Okay. Unfortunately, that looks like that should be a penalty. That car there. That was quite... They had the position. They'd gone off and they'd hit them off. I'm sure they'll be protesting to the stewards. I think one of the drivers just to mention that. If not, if any stewards are watching, do have a look. See some more pits rolling for Daniel in the Aston Martin. BMW pulling in, not leaving. Still no pits in that top section. While this pack is very busy, I wonder if any of these drivers will be tempted to pit because of how close they're racing. Oh, there's a car goes through. What? That car is missing. A car has ceased to exist, and they have now missed some positions. Well, that's not ideal. Well, that busy mid-pack suddenly got less busy. They just kind of like flip through the face of the world as we see one of is that Bentley pitting? That's McLaren pitting. Sorry, the Bentley pit was so good, my bad. There's the Bentley pitting. It is pit stop season, apart from the fuel cabin. You're 17 seconds clear. Maybe he's trying to build up a free pit stop. Then he's pulled on that car just in behind there. That's not anyone racing them. The back marker. Tony, 17 seconds behind Kevin. Some back markers behind them. Conrad in the Spider Jag. Pushing hard. 5 seconds clear. Again, that's a back marker behind him, so don't be fooled by that. 3 seconds clear from Smart. Goes back in. But that back marker does need to chill just a little bit. Because they are a back marker. They should not be pushing this hard. Of course, it is it's a charity race, it's fine, but you've been overlapped. Although the Jaguar is not a car you usually see in P3. Let it happen. That wouldn't be very fair on Conrad. He's fought really hard in that Jag. See one of the front runners pitting. Tony was in P2/P3 and is now pitting for a driver change. Somehow the Spider Lexus in P5, they fought really hard there. Fighting the Bentley, which goes wide. That kind of back marker as well. That's a Martin in front. Oh no, I just realised. Bentley's the back marker, blocking them from fighting the Aston Martin. I mean, it's inevitable in an endurance race, there'll be some issues with traffic. Lots of position changes happening all over the place, mainly down to pit stops. I say, as this looks very messy up here. It's all around Conrad. Having issues with back markers and people trying to unlap themselves. I believe it was. If I was Conrad, I would be looking to pit to get out of this busy back marker mess. Any changes in fastest lap? Nope, still a 123 for Kevin in the Ferrari. Well, it looked like there was some collision. Or we just kind of flipped over as all these positions changing. It was just them getting, I think getting around Conrad, which I'm sure is annoying for him. That's Chris Martin pits. Front two of the pit. Oh, Kevin is 26 seconds ahead now. I'll show you the times so you can see those gaps. There you go, there are the intervals. So you can see how insane those intervals are. Kevin, 25, 26 seconds ahead in the Ferrari. Jag in P2. 11 seconds spare to the Aston Martin behind of Nico, who's doing it very well. He's not going to back off. No, but I wonder who's getting more annoyed, him or the people trying to unlap themselves. Or he's just enjoying having company. I mean, I'll have to admit, I haven't actually tried racing the Jag before. It looks stable. To be fast starting in the letter K. Yep, it would certainly appear that way, wouldn't it? While we're talking fastest laps, Conrad's fastest lap in this Jaguar is 1:28, which is very fast compared to literally every other driver in any car. And not that far off. Fastest overall. More pits in Spider Lexus. Spider Lexus is pitted for a pit change now. Sebastian's in the pit. So the Lexus in the pit with the yellow flag back here. Oh dear, what's happened? Let's have a look. As the Bentley hit the back of them. Oh, yes, the Bentley's hit them and spun them round. that is not what you want to see. And I believe that was also a back marker to them. Well, they were a back marker to it. That's been quite the hit, kind of out of nowhere. The only... how far... come around. It's 28 seconds behind... yeah, sorry. Conrad is 28 seconds behind Kevin. Because Kevin has pulled up such a large gap. Maybe it's getting made bigger by the... yeah, maybe it's getting made bigger by the traffic. Not that he probably has a problem with the traffic, but it is a very large gap. Yeah, that wouldn't be from that's a bit correct. There's lots of position changes. The car's settling down now for the pit start. Kind of really needs Kevin to... yeah, he does. That's what I'm waiting to see what happens. And they come out of the pit. Oof. Not a fun corner to come out of the pit for. I'm just waiting to see which one of those top three will pit first. Where's Eric Ellis? Greg Ellis currently is the other yellow flag. Oh! What is happening there? The Bentley collides, completely taking out that McLaren. He tried to take the inside line. Didn't brake properly. Takes out another McLaren. Oh dear. It's 3 drivers hit out in one corner. It's not the way to go. They've taken a lot of damage. I'm sure a lot of tyre damage for that. Imagine we'll be seeing more penalties drop out soon. Let's look. Where is Greg Ellis? I think they have switched. Who is racing? Yes, Greg is racing. They've switched. They've had a gyro change. As Adam Long's now on this by the way system, we'll have to see. Greg Ellis is... yep, they've switched. That's P12, the 40296. They switched 7 minutes ago. If you drive a car so from Bentley's, it would appear so, wouldn't it? It would appear so. A few little position changes here and there. Oh no, we have a spin there. South Park car spun on quite a fast power. Oh blimey, that was a close call. As the camera has no idea where to look. They've taken too much speed, touched the grass, spun it right in front of Kevin as well. Who I'm sure does not want to get hit out with such a gap. Even with the gap like that, you want to lose it. As Kevin pits, the first of the front runner pits. Now, what's Conrad going to do? Are they going to react to the pit stop? Or are they going to stick it and have a jag in P1? However long they want to. They're not going to pit. So, you're going to hear it first, folks. We now have a Jaguar in P1. I wonder if they're going to pit soon because of that. Likewise, we're going to see Nico pits. Looks like a little bit of a last-minute decision. As now Igor takes over. That's car number 101. Still P2. I think we're very clear. Oh, Robert here in P3. There's a Bentley behind them. In P4. Now busy again. But we have a Jag in P1. We'll see if the Jag decides to stay out front. I imagine they might want to. That's much related. Conrad is now 27 seconds away. Need a bit. He's building a gap. 20 seconds and ever growing closer of the 101 car of Igor, previously Kevin. Really holding. And I'm sure they're trying to see if they can close the gap so the pit stop timing was better for them. Currently, might have a Jag on for P1. I wish. I said that right. We're not in 3 hours, 57 minutes remaining this race. And that's the indication I will need to have a break soon. After the Jag pits. And then we'll put myself on a break. Need caffeine. I wonder. Check. Make sure I missed anything in Discord. No, I haven't missed anything. Making sure I haven't missed any. Your decisions. Or anything along those lines. As well, look, as we still have close racing. Very close racing. Ben Crook gaining position there. And then making it down quick as he can. As behind we have these two. Very, very close. Almost going side by side down Paddock Hill. Very close. A lot of trusting other drivers. There's a back mark who just gets in the way. But luckily, no incident. Which could have happened so easily. The back marker's trying to stay out the way, and it's difficult, especially in such a fast corner. But because they were going too wide already, there was no room for any of them to go anywhere. You have a yellow flag out in front. That looks like a sizable amount of damage. What have we missed there? Let's get a replay. That was already at the point of damage. They've been taking damage for a while and going slow. It looks like they must have done it all on their own, unfortunately. And they'll be limping back to the pits, I imagine, for repairs. Yeah, look at them. That is very slow. A lot of damage to the front of that Ferrari. Yeah, they're letting all the cars through us. Oh! Nearly a collision there. I've had to move around them. Really picked up some damage. Really couldn't see where it was from. And unfortunately, I don't have a full designer suite to be able to show me long replays back, but they're just really dropping down the grid now. So that damage is going to be significant. And I'm sure I'll keep an eye out on the stewards thing in case there's any pull for a steward decision. As they pick the damage repairs, which will take a while. Really pull them out of the race, unfortunately. Getting back to the front. Conrad, P1. 27-second gap. Still isn't pitted. That's a first hit of 105. They are the only driver in their team. No, they're not. There's also Dean. So I imagine Dean will be taking over soon. But maybe they're fuel for a longer stint. Tough first hit for myself, Jordan. Yes, I did see. Unfortunately, there's a lot of close racing. And as you've learned, smallest mistakes. That's all it is. Smallest mistakes, especially when the pack is so condensed. And there's like a second separating 8 positions plus. Touching the grass is all it takes. If we look at the overall place position gains and loss, we've had some drivers lose 23 positions from the starting grid, which is a lot. As the Spider Jag finally decides that they've had enough. understandably. I've had a very long stint. And they're going to do a driver change now. As they call for other. Which means we should see the car number 101 retake the lead. There we go. The lead has changed and is now back in the hands of that AFR team. Robert behind in P2. They haven't pit yet. So all the cars around them have pit. They're yet to do a pit stop. Robert in this Aston Martin is in team 2 and has done an hour and 7 minute long stint so far, which is a very long stint. I imagine they will be looking to pit soon. Because they're now surrounded by people who have pit, fresher tyres. Apparently the fuel load's middly, but what's happening here? We see the Spider Jag and come out of pits with Dean behind the wheel. Lots of work to do now. Some small position changes. Sticking right together the pit, and they did it a bit overly aggressively. Nope, that was just a very, very crazy move. Oh, but they slid out of the back. Somehow, mistake. If it works, it works. Their tyres must be suffering by now. When we look back, Christian, Bentley. Holding his own, gets the BMW behind. Not that BMW. It's a Ferrari. That's a back marker slash someone overlapping him. He's still close in front, despite the Lexus and P4. With the Spider Jag ever closer. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be putting up the AFK. Leaving you with some auto-directed action, as they say. So I've got up my away from the keyboard stick here. I can't go away from the keyboard right now. Look at this. This is Spider Lexus gains a position. Very close call. Spider Jag looks like it's going to gain a position as well, and it does. Both taking positions from that Ferrari. I don't know if they made a mistake. So they're on fresh tyres, maybe a heavier fuel load than the others. It's quite early on. There's no reason they should have lost that many positions, but we now have a completely different top. We have Igor, AFR, car number 101, right up the front, looking to overlap people. We have Robert behind, yet to pit, bit in P2. Then a 40-second gap to Adam Long behind. He's having some trouble from McLaren there and gets tapped. Carnage as the Spider Jag takes a position back. What's happened there? Let's have a look. It looks like the McLaren's lost the position, wiggled off onto the grass, rejoined out of control, but just hit the back of the Lexus. And the Spider Jag has won all the positions as a result of that. As behind we see plenty of Vite, which I'll work my way back to the field. Now, I will go for a temporary break. While I do so, I shall leave you with the Spider Lexus. Hello, I am back. I apologise for the delay. I had to do various physiotherapy stretches for my poor little knee, which has been done now, along with getting coffee, and I have to keep it elevated for a certain amount of time with an ice pack on. I missed a lot. I had the stream open on my phone while I was doing one of these stretches, and could see the penalties popping up. I could see the pit stops. There was a really big collision earlier, and some really great on-track battles. I mean, it's mostly settled. There is little pinch points, but there's a lot of races very close to one another, such as here with the Spider Lexus and the Aston Martin. They've been right on each other's tails for a while now. We are almost halfway through the race, not quite. So I imagine I will go for everything, get us update, and then again rest my voice until the last hour or so, just because it's already hurting. I think the hour and a half stint of me talking in the morning didn't help. Morning, afternoon, 1:15 didn't help, but plenty to get through. Halfway through. So looking at the standings at the moment, moving away from this battle, we have the Aston Martin and Evo in the front. They gained 8 positions from the start, and they have a 4-second lead. Followed by Conrad in the Spider Jag, doing well in P2, 4.5 seconds clear, to go to P1, but they are 4 seconds clear of Nico behind in the Aston Martin for P3. In P4, the Villain, the Spider Lexus, closely followed by the Aston Martin of Sebastian, not giving them any rest. But yes, busy, very busy. Some close up, I would say close calls, and then just drop. Let us look at the feature that I found out today, which is the race control, going over some of the contacts we would have missed to the left. So, there was the contact, and the most recent one, between 35 and 36. So we're going to just go through some replays now, just to see what we missed. We had this contact from earlier, with the Spider Lexus and the Aston Martin, or it's broken into my show. No, okay. Apparently counts contact. Not this one? No, I see it is broken. Yeah, it's working, it's working. Replays can work now. Did this contact earlier. Oh, this contact. See how it goes so far back. Never mind. Good worth a try. Penalties that were handed out earlier. That can go through. We had 2 lots of penalties given out while I was absent. We had car 100 getting 5 seconds for pushing car number 5 off. We had car 205 getting a 10 seconds penalty for bumping car number 888. Car number 218 was given a 5-second time penalty for pushing number 9 wide, and car number 2 had 10 seconds for bumping also number 9, I presume from the kind of earlier contact, maybe one of the ones we saw. And then following on from that, at 318, there was another batch of penalties handed out. We had car number 193 get 5 seconds for bumping 304, although it was a tough one because 304 was a back marker. Car 282 was given a 5-second penalty for an incident with car number 19. Car 15 was giving a 5-second penalty for a bump on 218, and car 303 5 seconds for running out of track on 2695. So, quite a lot of penalties. Still even out front, we have a 5-second and 10-second penalties you can see on the board on the left. Still waiting to be served. In terms of stint times, most teams have done 2 pits. Pit stops. The car in front only has done 1 pit stop, and they're coming up to an hour of how long their stint has been. And behind them, I think everyone has done 2 pits, so that the car up front is yet to pit. it as you will. There's 2 seconds separating them and Conrad, the Jag. So as soon as they pit, they will lose that position. P2. Well, something up and down the field. Tony is back into the South Park car of the Ferrari, chasing the Beamer, which is the back marker. So chasing the Ferrari in front. There are blue flags being waved and he's trying to go offline. Kind of difficult, Druids isn't the easiest place to go offline. Spider Jag is indeed flying. Spider Jag looks like it's in for a win at this point. If they're, I mean, well, it's still very close. P2 with this much time remaining, anything can happen. Cool, all of that. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate the support. Make sure to go into the comments below and help with the GoFundMe if you're not ready. The best lap time is actually currently held by car number 40 down here, currently driven by Will Hassan, but that car currently holds the fastest lap of 1:22.9, which is pretty fast for race pace. I know in qualifying we saw some times in the 1:22s, but very impressive. As we move back to see what else is happening up here. Because apart from this BMW chasing this Ferrari, everyone has quite a large safety net around themselves. The yellow flag behind us, the Bentley has gone off at paddock kill. Let's see if we can get a replay of that. If they've tapped their back marker to the Spider Jag, it looks like they've taken too much speed, lost the rear, spun it round. Luckily they haven't collected anyone with them, which is good. I'm sure painful when in the middle of a stint, middle of the race, which we're fast approaching, with Evo leading in the Aston Martin. Of course, yet a secondary pit, and everyone else has had a secondary pit. Some teams even paid 4 times already. Conrad, rapid as ever, 1 second separating him and P1, and he's pitted already. Conrad himself is on his second stint, with a back marker really giving him some pressurised grief for some reason. Not particularly sure why. But as someone pointed out earlier, Conrad does enjoy the traffic and the chaos of back markers, both unlapping themselves and overlapping themselves. But Conrad has absolutely no requirements to give up the space to a back marker. He can keep racing as he feels, as this is right, being the car leading. So that's why you see him sometimes maybe get out of the way and then go back on the racing line, because there's no reason for him to compromise his own corners, someone to unlap themselves. It is the car which is unlapping itself's responsibility to do it safely as well. But it does look like Conrad might steal this lead. You see Spider-Man leading the way here, looking for gaps around Hawthorns, trying to keep his car stable, carry more speed through, also probably keeping an eye on his rear view, his back markers putting on the pressure for no reason. But it is what it is, he's racing. That's a view from behind. And if they're going to go for an early pit, the Jag looks like it drops back a bit. And I think that might be the car behind flashing its lights to say, "Hey, Mr. Jag, let me past," which isn't quite it when we currently have a battle for P1. It seems like the Jag doesn't have much straight line speed, but through the corners they're carrying a lot of speed. Like that. They Might even happen this lap as the Aston Martin goes a little bit wide, dropping back just before 30s. Jack's going to need to find a place to make it stick. Ending off this back marker, who's trying to unlap themselves, probably not aware this is for the race lead. Go down Pilgrim's Drop, round Hawthorne to the right. We're very close. Looks like it looked like a battle between three cars, but I think the car behind, which is in P22, is the fastest car. They do need to which is making me nervous. So I'm not even racing. Coming round to the end of lap 98. Aston Martin still in pit. The Ferrari getting in that slipstream. Looking for a gap which they shouldn't be going for because they're P22. As the Aston Martin goes wide, touches the gravel, and that gives the position straight to the Spider Jag, and now leading the race. Also, the Spider Jag has a pit stop up from the Aston Martin they've just stolen the position from. Took appropriately. And here we have P1 Jag as it stands. As we are ever approaching half race time. I wonder if the Jag will now let the Ferrari through. It looks like it, even if unintentionally, but he's going to let the Ferrari on ahead. The Ferrari, although P22 does have the fastest lap time, that looks like that has cost Conrad, because now he has the Aston Martin biting back. A much more popular pick for cars, the Aston Martin. It's a little bit unsteady there. Through Sterling's. No, I think I'm up Sterling's now. Wrong way around. Now, golf for Sterling's. As I say that, Nico has taken the opportunity from the squabbling to get closer. Looking like he's going to take the Aston Martin on the straight. Is he going to make it stick before Paddock's Hill? He's got the inside line, and he does, way out in front. Picked a braking point, made it stick. And he's also pit stop up from the Aston Martin, which I'm sure now will probably be wanting to do a pit stop themselves. Because we are currently going through lap 100. Nico is on the much fresher tyres after just a 31-minute stint compared to the Aston Martin behind, which is an hour and 6 minute stint so far. Let's look back down the grid. No one else seems to be as close as the others. There's going to be a yellow flag back here. What's happened there? P25 looks like they've just taken too much speed, lost the rear, met the gravel trap, but kept it away from the wall, so that's good. Not what they want, I'm sure. They've done 3 pit stops and it's 36 minutes into their current driver's stint. So maybe the fatigue's setting a little bit. I mean, we're approaching half this race distance. So Nico sets their sights on Conrad. Stand back. Minutes away from half race distance. This has been quite the first half. A lot has happened. A lot of business and changes. And we'll just review how we are when we get there. There'll be a lot to cover. And then I will take a break until the last hour or so. Just because I can feel that kind of gravel kicking in. Sound like I'm complaining. A lot of you drivers are working a lot harder than I am. I'll say that, because it looks like the Jag might have made a mistake, because the Aston Martin is right on their tail. So finish. Oh! No, Jag pits. Jack has gone into the pit, and Nico is now up to P1 as we hit almost half race distance. Hello, I have returned, and I'm just going to drop us into the commentary booth with Greg Ellis, who arranged the event. So hopefully this audio should be okay. But as we all know, Streamlabs OBS has a mind of its own. Hello, Greg.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you, but I think Discord is rather quiet. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can't.
Right, I can tell for a fact you are quite a lot quieter than the in-game audio, so I just have to mess around with it.
Yeah, my mic likes to turn away from my face.
Oh,
My headphones. It's not the best.
here we go.
How's the knee holding up?
So and so. Wait a second, I have to put this on a different screen. And put that into it. Be clear in-game audio now, as well, for you speaking as well.
Okay. How's that?
A bit louder, please.
I'll do my best. Any better?
Is that better? There's a little chat delay. I think the stream's delayed on YouTube quite a sizable amount.
Yeah.
So just wait for Christoffel to confirm if that sounds better.
He'll be happy. He'll be cheering on Nico in first, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Nico's doing well in the first.
Yeah, solo drive, 3 hours in. It's a good effort.
Up 11 positions from the starting grid of P12 as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think I logged the top. Okay, so that's good. Good audio level. That's good.
Cool.
Yeah. Most drivers in the top 10 have gained a lot of positions from the race start.
Yeah, we started P16 or P14, 16, something like that. And we're now P8.
Yeah, with 3 pit stops in. I mean, most teams have done 3 pit stops now, with the exception of one Aston Martin, P3. They've done only 2 pits. Oh.
Yeah,
As your team has just gone off.
You say my team's just gone off?
Yeah.
Oh, Andros. Badly.
Yeah, it looks like a collision
Okay.
at the beginning of the lap, unfortunately for them. I think they were clear enough, but they've gained some of those positions back.
Oh, there we are.
I think that's quite a stream delay, isn't there? Unless you're watching it live on your own one.
Yeah, I'm watching it on YouTube, so I'm seeing it quite a bit later.
Oh, I see.
It looked like it was on us rather than anything else. Shouldn't be too much damage though, that should be alright. Just a bit of a time delay. Yeah, it's good to see Spider-Man liveries out there. Like
Absolutely.
Shame some of them didn't load properly.
Yeah. I believe that's the client, the awesome client, because there seems that when I looked at them, a few of them had error of missing files.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure why or what files they were missing.
When I uploaded it, it wouldn't let you finish it basically without without all the files. So. it's there are some the traffic is starting to get quite interesting now.
Yeah.
Working through you can see it. The stuff that's happening now with I think as people get a bit more tired into the race as well, judgments start not being as good as they were at the start of the race.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the earlier incidents was just people settling in, and then a lot of the ones we've had mid-race have just been backmarker caused, really.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of backmarkers have caused some incidents. I think although Brands Hatch, it's a difficult track to get the right place to sit offline because it's just too narrow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a very tough one. Especially the last sector.
Absolutely.
Cutting the curbs, and none of it's straight. But there we are. I saw that we're up over, I think we're up over £800 now.
I shall check. I've got it open here. We have hit 867.
There we go.
So we're very close to the goal, which is very exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Our last one, we didn't have as many cars, but I think we finished at about 640.
Wow.
So, this one's doing really well in comparison.
Absolutely.
But then we didn't have a live stream for the last one, which didn't help. So it was just streamers doing their own race. So I think this will have massively helped. So thank you for that.
No, that's right. I've enjoyed it. Like I said, I did the first hour and a half. My voice started going, and then when he started ballooning, so.
Hopefully you can take part in the next one.
When is it?
Maybe around April sort of time. We do one
maybe
every quarter or so. So there'll be one in April. There'll be one late summer, and then we'll try and squeeze one in before Christmas.
Awesome. I shall try. This is my braking leg, as in the leg that I brake with. That's the reason I haven't risked getting my sim rig out yet.
No.
Few more months clear of that.
Now, is this the P3 to P5 battle?
Yes.
I think it's mostly better for P4 though, because P3, they've got an extra stop to make. So P4
yes. P3 has only done 2 pit stops.
Yeah.
And their current stint is 44 minutes in, so they've got probably 1 or 2, maybe a stop within the next, any time from now until half an hour, really.
It's a really tricky one. We wanted to have 5 pit stops, but not 5 driver swaps. But the game has connected the 2, so you have to perform a driver swap with.
Oh, I see.
So it's 5 mandatory stops. We only wanted to have, for someone to just come and splash a litre in or something at some point, or so we were trying to mix the strategy up a bit. Have some people might do it in the middle of the race, some people might do it at the end of the race. Yeah, a few people have been caught out because they've tried to double stint and it hasn't counted as a pit stop, which has been a shame. So we might have a couple of post-race adjustments to try and make that a bit fairer for some, especially with the first stop when people didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, this is close.
I believe I will end up making sure to comment the description, but the final results as well.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Chaos with the back markers. Absolutely chaos with the back markers. I think if you look at a relative timetable, the amount going on, when there's cars 3 laps down, holding up cars which are way ahead of them, is a lot, especially when the fastest car, the fastest lap time, is in P20.
Yeah.
They've done a 122 and no one's No one else has even broken 122s.
Yeah.
But they're in P20. They're a larger team, maybe. Yes, they're a team of 3 in the Ferrari.
The funny thing I found coming up to lap people was you'd be quicker in sector 3, you know, through the fast right-handers, where you have 3 in a row. So I think they're just coming up to them now. Those 3 right-handers are that's where a lot of I was gaining time, but you can't overtake them there. And then they pull away, maybe down the straight or get a better exit. And so they might feel like they're not holding you up, but you know, you could actually be like half a second quicker. That was tough.
Yeah. Does look like McLaren has gone down the inside of the Aston Martin's, getting the position.
Yeah.
Nice and clean moves, especially at that first part of Brands Hatch, which is pretty unforgiving down paddock hill. Especially if you carry too much speed and you're risking the inside, you've got to be careful about the amount of speed you take through it.
Yeah, it's a nice move.
Because a gravel trap doesn't do as well as some others for stopping you, and that wall is very unforgiving.
Yeah, yes it is. While I'm on, I'm not sure they're watching, but I'll give a shout out to Charlie and Freddie. I don't know how many people you've had pop on, or...
Yeah, I've had people pop in and out, I think, a lot. I think mainly at the start, there were quite a few.
Yeah. We shared the original stream. I don't know. I tried to share the second stream as well, but...
I think the way YouTube works, it treats it like Twitch, where it kind of still combines the link. It's just this channel is live streaming, it's like that, I think.
Yeah.
I hope so. I don't know, I haven't streamed in a very long time. This is the first time I've ever streamed on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm going to have to head back off soon because I'm doing one more half-hour stint to correct our 5 stops rather than 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then Andres is going to bring it home for the last hour.
That's fine. Well, I shall leave myself in this room anyway, and that's it.
Yeah, have yourself, get that knee raised, have yourself a bit of a break.
And then I'll make sure that I cover the last hour and a half, hour or so.
Yeah, don't push it too hard. Like I said.
Good luck on the rest of your stint.
Thank you. All right.
Speak soon.
Thanks.
Awesome. So, field has chilled out. Close battles here and there still happening, as would be expected. Especially the front of the grid. People know that we're hitting into the last hour 46. People really want to get these track positions in place before last driver changes. Expecting more, as Greg was covering, about 1 to 2 driver changes. So I imagine they want to hand over to their teammates in the best possible position that they can muster. So especially here, we have Ben Crook fighting really hard against Aston Martin. P3. Looking for a way round. So both carry a lot of speed for that corner. Both are managing that racing line really well. Especially considering they both had 3 pit stops. No, sorry. The Aston Martin has had 2, so it's an older tyres, but holding its own steel. Surely they'll have a pit stop soon. an hour and 44 to go. All is to play for. As we have back marker troubles. Had to brake a little bit early there, which is going to cost him. Ben Crook going around the outside, taking full advantage of that back marker, slowing him down just a little bit. He doesn't have the speed, he didn't keep enough speed through Dewitt's there to keep ahead of him. But he's now got the inside line. More importantly, the inside line here for Surtees. Which he gets, and he gets the position. Ben Crook has got that McLaren now up to P3. Which I'm sure he'll be happy with. During lap 137. Well, that's a lot of laps. He just clips the grass. Look further down the grid. Chris Martin, P20. That car still has a fast time, 1:22.9. Right at the back, we have Liam. Let's cover. Liam is a solo driver, so he's pushing hard at the back. One of a few solo drivers. We do have quite a few solo drivers actually. If I scroll through, the only other solo driver we actually have is Nico from P1, who's doing very well. Who's gained 11 positions from the start. He's done 3 pit stops, is currently in a stint time of 34, but it doesn't matter when they've been driving so long. They've been all solo up to this point anyway. 7 seconds clear. As the Aston Martin starts fighting back. Now the faster car, trying to make up positions around here in P20. Basically nothing separating them from the McLaren in front. Looking for moving the outside, outbrakes himself, goes wide, meets gravel trap. All the progress they've made, they've now hurt themselves and undone it just a little bit. They're going to have to let some of the other faster cars through after being blue flagged. Frustrating, I am sure. As the Aston Martin stills a bit, very much close. Ben Crook overtook. So we have a yellow flag. Not sure what for. Let's see. Looks like just took too much speed through that. Lucky enough to get out of that mistake, because that wall can be quite vicious if you carry too much speed through it. And they managed. Another yellow flag goes with a spinner. What's happened there? Bentley's facing the wrong way. Cars are dodging to avoid. Let's get a view of that. Looks like the Ferrari's come behind and just picked the wrong braking spot. They've hit each other, it's spun, it's collected out of Ferrari. The other car's been lucky to dodge it because he's right on the racing line. And he's probably hit for damage as well, understandably. Chris Martin close behind. Blue flag on the inside. He's trying to overtake and keep himself from losing a lap. He's getting flashed by the Ferrari behind, just reminding him that he's a back marker. Nothing wrong with a little bit of flashing. Excessive is a bit of a big one. Yes, it was. As he takes the position, it looks like the other car went offline for a blue flag and is now holding up the car which is trying to overlap them. Hopefully the stewards will give that a little check, because it looks like the other car moved out of the way for the blue flags. And then, you know, there's nothing wrong with following through, but then they refuse to give the position up for the other, as they lose their rear end a little bit, touch the grass, and seem to be aggressively fighting someone who just overlapped them. Again, I admit they still have the fastest lap time. But they do need to give a little bit of respite. And then they're flashing the... Remember that. I'm sure I will see some comments on that. Looking further up the grid. P5. They're pitting. Never mind. Looked like they were closing the gap there, but they've gone up to the pit. Other than that, not really many small gaps. Nico's out in front. 7 seconds clear. Absolutely no one pending with him currently. Solo driver, I want to add. So, absolute one-man show there. My list information, it's all broken. Oh dear. He comes in contact with some well, some of the back markers. Traffic is becoming a problem. If we switch to relative mode, look at some of the back marker traffic shenanigans we're having. You can see here we have some really small gaps which are holding people up like seconds, half a seconds, etc. Switch to Adam Long in the Spider Lexus. Indeed, Christoffel. It has been a fantastic race, I would say. There's been some bits every now and again for some rather aggressive driving, but such is racing. In terms of target, we are doing fantastically. We are on 897, so we are almost £100 away from our donation goal. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We are so close. So close to that goal, with 1 hour and 36 remaining. I'm going to take this opportunity to give myself more water, because I can feel my throat going dry. But that's the on-track section's fault. There's a lot going on as Chris Martin loses the position. There, I think that's actually someone pitting, or them making mistakes that we didn't quite see. Where's the jack you were doing? There's the jack. P5. Being driven by Dean. There are many racing lines, and all racing lines are up for interpretation. And you can't argue with some of these cars, which are in the top, well, any of the top 10 drivers actually. With an hour and 35 remaining. Here's your factor today. The Lexus has the fastest speed of any other car, and also has the indicator stuck on. You can't see it from the front, but if you look at their right rear indicator, it is telling you that they're indicating right. I think that is a mistake. But maybe it was an artistic decision. What I was going to say was that the Lexus has the fastest speed of the race in a speed trap, 248 kilometers an hour, which is good. It's not exactly the car I would have thought would have had the fastest speed of any car today, as they pit. I wonder if they turn their indicator on super early, and I misunderstood. Their indicator is still on. Well, run to the next driver to turn off, as we see quite a few cars pitting actually, especially in the top 10. Nicker, of course, not pitting. Grinding away hard. 42 minutes into their stint. Closely followed by Ben Crook, 31 minutes into their stint. And Robert here, in this Aston Martin, 1 hour and 1 minute into his stint. Pit stop down from everyone else, bearing in mind that there are 5 mandatory pit stops. And we're seeing 3s and 2s on the board. I think it changes depending on team size. So, as I've said previously, I will be changing the description to cover some of the final results, because there'll be some amendments, especially for solo drivers and so on. As we get the Spider Lexus coming out with Ville behind its wheel. P5 didn't lose that many positions from pit stop. That will be the last one. They'll probably have one more driver change with an hour 33 to go. Maybe the last one will be a very low fuel run, short run, maybe about an hour or so. So, I will leave you with the sweet, sweet Spider Lexus, and I will return imminently. Here we are, entering the last remaining hour of the 5 hours of the Brands Hatch. Let's just get ourselves ready for this last hour, see where everyone is. We have Nico, unbelievably, out in front. Man on the mission. Driver of Team of 1. And he's held his own. Up 11 positions, starting P12 on the grid, but leading by 2.1 seconds. Closely with the Spider Lexus. Behind by 2.1 seconds, but ever chasing. They've both done 4 pit stops, so they both have 1 pit stop remaining. So for Ville in the Spider Lexus, it depends entirely on when they want to pit. Sorry, it depends on how long they can bear before they need to pit. Whereas for Nico, comfortably out in front. I guess it's when he's in the mood. How much fuel he has, and how he feels about those tyres. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to wait and see how they can manage that last stint going towards the end of the race. Still a lot of jostling for position in the mid-pack. Greg Ellis has just pit. We can just switch over drivers. Meanwhile, Daniel Montero is here chasing the back of that Ferrari. Who has filled out to the minimum? Sorry, yes. So we have Conrad in the Spider Jack. They've done 5 pit stops now, and he's in the car. 25 minutes in just in. I'm sure they will have 1 more stop to go. And other than that, I think we missed some penalties. Just the one. Chris Winkler causing an incident. 5-second time. Which I presume they'll serve at their next driver change. This might be the only move that we see until we have the pit stops and whatever. Oh, it settles down after that. Daniel Montero less than a second away from the car in front, the Ferrari. We unfortunately had some disconnects. Liam Deary, one of the solo racers, unfortunately disconnected. A lap on 28, a very long stint for a solo driver, I want to add. Then everyone else did about 157 to 167 laps, depending on the pace. So a big mix, a very big mix. But in terms of relative on track, there's a lot of small gaps of people clearing back markers. But in terms of actual race, this is the closest battle that we have. Feels a little like going too wide here. 3 wide. Cleared a back marker. Cleared 2 back markers. As he's taking the inside. Doesn't want to risk it. At this point, drivers don't want to risk losing any positions. As my phone informs me, it's snowing outside, which can't be right. Yeah, this for a close battle. The 2 back markers for Riley. Oh, looks like he completely misses that braking point. Goes wide, touches the gravel, and loses in positions. No, they were back markers. Or people, sorry, I lied. They were. He was the back markers then. He was just giving him an easy pass. Going back to the only other battle happening here. Sivian Amor. Clearing some back markers. Druids. No, that was from position. It looked like a back marker getting out of the way, but it was just someone not picking their braking spot efficiently enough, which, you know, it happens. Happens to all of us. They've now gained that position and they're up into P18 with under an hour remaining. 57 minutes remaining of the race. I am not good enough at maths to tell you how many laps we're looking at that being. We'll leave it as it responds a few. It's Conrad pits, I presume, for the last driver change for their team. Quite a few people pit now, actually. The gap's not really moving. I wonder what they will come out. Come out on the racing line. Ooh. Had to stick it inside, but just okay. Dean has come out in P8. A lot to do with 57 minutes remaining. But that Jag has just shown amazing pace up to this point. So I'm sure I'll continue to see amazing pace. We're up to the end. There's the wrong tab. How about that? Checking our current raise. We have raised £902. We are very close to our donation goal. So if you haven't already, please go to the link down below. Go to the GoFundMe, read Charlie's story, and help in any way you can. Or if not, please just share. And thank you to everyone who's shared so far. I know some people from other racing communities have also jumped in and shared the link to others. For example, RPRL, they dropped in and shared the link, and I appreciate you for that. And other ones that I haven't named. Yeah, a lot more people happen now. Here's Nico, 2 seconds out in front, with a back marker giving him grief. I presume 31 minutes into a stint, they're looking to extend maybe to give the last driver half an hour. The last driver, Nico is all about the team. He's probably extending until as long as he can bear. Sit, have a little break, have some water, put in some fuel, and take it. Or he's keeping an eye out on the teams that he's racing against, because the top 5 drivers all have only done 4 pit stops and have 1 more remaining. So he'll be waiting to see probably where they pit and work out from there. Also depending how traffic is, because traffic has been rather aggressive so far on this track. There you go, returned. Not long remaining. 53 minutes. We're on lap 171. Not long to go. I mean, the closer racing, yeah, admittedly it's died down because of traffic, but it's still very good, clean racing. Still 1 penalty outstanding to be served. I don't know if we'll see any more penalties. I don't think anyone's waiting to see for a penalty decision as my dog starts going crazy. The fastest lap is not on the board. Interesting. Maybe the app has decided it's broken. Lots of blue flags being waved. I mean, Nico out in front is mostly pulling 124.8s at the moment. About a second slower than his fastest stints. Admittedly, the fatigue for all solo drivers will be setting in now. After doing 4 hours and 10 minutes of racing on your own, pretty consistent racing on your own, it's pretty impressive to see how they're doing. Especially with all of that traffic so close to them. The gap to the leader for the Lexus is 1 second, as you see another Lexus behind them. Yeah, not for position, just general grief. Everyone putting on the pressure, as we see P12, Silis, car number 9 pit. I guess this will be the last pit stop for some of these drivers, especially for them actually. I mean, we've had 4 pit stops already, so this will be their 5th. And Lexus behind, fine. The Spider Lexus has some damage. Trying to probably get track position. You think he's saving fuel, if you're not mistaken? Nico, saving fuel? Yeah, possibly. I mean, he's 36 minutes into a stint. I don't think he'll be saving fuel to the end. I imagine he's planning on at least one more stop. As we see P19 car 426 hit towards the back. "50 minutes remain. We've only lost 2 drivers, 2 teams. Well, sorry, not 2 teams, 2 drivers. No, I was correct first time round. We've lost 2 teams, but 4 drivers. One has a team of 1, Lane Deary, and the other, the Ferrari, Scott Dinnerson, Chris Martin, and Will Casson. So, considering it was a 5-hour endurance race, I haven't lost that many drivers, which is fantastic. As Spider Lexus is now under a second from Nico out in front. So if Nico had been conserving fuel, conserving tyres to make this stint stick, this is the time he needs to start picking up the pace, or he risks losing track position to the Lexus. Of course, saying all that, he might be trying to bait them into for an early pit stop so he can push out, or he himself just hold it back, get a pit, and not have to worry. He doesn't... No, he didn't pit. So he's really got to put the pressure on and really hold it for this lap. Because they're very close. And look at that. Is that a back marker which has got in between them? I think it is. No, I'm looking at the wrong part, that's why. There you go. There's the wing view. Nico's rear view mirror view. Scary, because that Spider Lexus is definitely putting on the pressure, especially for a solo driver who's done this much work against Villeneuve and Adam, the team of 2. The 2 very small teams compared to teams of 3. Of course, the Lexus behind has done a 45-minute long stint, so their tyres should be, in theory, not as good. Maybe they have more or less fuel. This is for position, because they've both only done 4 pit stops. And the Lexus just touches the grass there. Really losing a little bit of speed, but going to the straight, as long as they get this braking point right, they'll be alright. As Nico pits, a very smooth pit drifting, didn't touch the wall. I definitely would have at that speed. So, The question now is, when is the Lexus going to pit? They've now seen that Nico's pit. They've got about 11, 12 seconds clear. They've got 23 seconds from P3. The car behind is a lap down. Or a couple laps down, at least it's a back marker, so nothing that they need to worry about. But I'm sure they will be considering when will be the next best time to pit, which is what Nico has. As Nico probably is looking to... I mean, he's still in P3. That's how much of a time he had pulled out from the other drivers with the speed that he was putting in. As we see Nico come out the pit. Very close call, right in the racing line as well. But retains P3 as the car behind goes a little bit wide, probably braking to make up for him coming out. But that's a back marker. That's not anyone he has to worry about. He's 20 seconds clear of P4. So he needs to make up time to catch the Lexus, which doesn't have its indicator on. But might let this back marker through. Or we'll think about it, because this back marker is getting very close. Looking further back, P5, Ben Crook. He's really starting to catch up. Getting as close as he can to the back of that Aston Martin. They have done the 5 pit stops, so he's on fresh tyres, 3 minutes in. The car in front has done 4, and is half an hour-ish into his stint. So I imagine they'll be stopping first, as we see P2 pit. So giving time for Nico to regain P2, which they're going to do with ease. No fighting. We're not even going to see anyone else come out of the pit and contend with him. So it's all to play for. I wonder if the Lexus will be thinking about having a pit stop anytime soon. With 45 minutes remaining. Ben Crook is rather close here to the back of that Aston Martin. Just gone side by side. Very close, making sure the braking points stick. They're giving up. They give it touch. Oh, doesn't look like a touch. Sorry, almost did. Respectful but tough racing. The Aston Martin might have to admit defeat on the slower tyres, especially when the McLaren is so fresh into a new stint. They'll have plenty of tyre and fuel that they have at their disposal. Nico now, 55-second gap to the front P1 for the Lexus. I'm sure it isn't a lot because they pitted and the Lexus hasn't. The Lexus is 50 minutes into a stint, so the tyres will be struggling, their fuel load will be struggling. And I'm sure they'll be considering the pit. I say that every lap, but it depends how long the last driver wants to do pit for. Sorry, do a stint for. Some on-track battles happening here. This is fighting for P5. Not a lot of speed going into Druids. Looking further back, Adam King. Looks like he's making a move on the inside. Wasn't too sure. He's going the straights, probably hoping for a better launch. Holding more speed. Keeping that inside to get a better turn. Down Paddock Hill. Looks like he didn't quite have the racing line as I think he expected he did. Didn't look like he carried enough speed through the corner. Just kind of matching the braking of that Aston Martin in front. In a sector that looks like they're faster in. They've, the Sector 2s haven't been faster, but the Sector 3s certainly have been. Might be this section that they're struggling a little bit, and that's why they're losing that time, because they are 0.2 out from overtaking them, but following and overtaking are two very different things. So they have to take these corners very well. Further up the field, still some close battling here between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. From team, what even is a team name? 0.3 separates them. Trying to look down the grid. Some close battles, and it's difficult to pick which one looks like it will resolve fastest. Because you have Bella, 0.5 out. You have Andreas, 0.4 out. And you have Adam King, 0.3 out from gaining another position. And just a reminder, the only people still who haven't pit for the 5 required times is the Lexus out in front. Who is they have now pit. So what will be important for them is how quickly they can pit. Because coming as fast as they can is Nico. Who has 30 seconds to make up. And I'm sure they will be going as quickly as they can as Alexis looks for a driver change. Still in the pit, right at the front. They're going to have quite the view. Someone else joins in the pit. Where's Nico? Nico's just coming up to start the finish straight now. Looks like he's not going to go away in time. And there goes Nico into P1 as the Lexus with Adam Long behind the wheel just comes out. Down the road he'll be able to see Nico. All that time they'd built up. Now 5 seconds separate them with 39 minutes remaining. So that's mildly infuriating. Who else hasn't pit? Evo has 1 pit remaining. Tom has 1 pit remaining. Adam King has 1 pit remaining. And Eric has 1 pit remaining. Sorry, and one more. Tomislav also has 1 pit stop remaining. So most pits have been achieved. The only one that stands out in that top 10 is Evo in P4 with a pit still remaining. In terms of gap, they don't have the largest gap. They have 3.1 seconds of breathing room. So once they pit there, you can see him tumble down, unfortunately, but quite up there still. Look back at some battles. Adam King still on the tail of the Aston Martin as they go for a dive down the inside, braking just right so they don't hit the back of the Aston Martin, which will set it flying. But respectfully let that happen, down towards Hawthorns. A corner you don't want to make an overtake at, as we've seen enough this down there today. But he will make a move. There. Oh, it looks like he cut the track quite aggressively. Potential track limits violation there. Let's see if we can get a replay on that. It looked a bit... it was over. Wasn't on the track. So I wonder if you'll get a time penalty for that. Because it was quite over. Because it is for position. They've both hit the minimum amount of required times. But hard and fair racing. No contact, which is nice and clean. And then he's got to take this advantage and prove he was waving that position by pushing really hard. Trying to get some of his fastest laps. Looking out ahead, the Ferrari, now on P6, still has not pit. No, they have. Tell a lie. They have pit. And they are closely battling the Ferrari. No, one of the Aston Martins. One Aston Martin's a back marker. The black Ferrari is a back marker. The Aston Martin, the red one, is the car that they are trying to chase around the traffic. But admittedly, probably having some troubles. Traffic is always an issue here. As we enter the last 36 minutes. On lap 183, which is incredible. Well done everyone for that. As that gap kind of builds a little bit more. Where else do we see a gap decreasing? Andreas in the Ferrari on the very nice Aston Martin livery in front. 0.4 separates them. This is for a position of E9. Christoph, I think he can't, not too close, maybe he got afraid of it. Yeah, it seems like it was a move which could incur a track limits warning, as we see a yellow flag. What's happened there? Have they taken Sterling's a bit intensely? They have. Too much speed. Luckily, not much damage to their race pace. But yes, they cut it close. Track limit violation warning, at least. But, I mean, it was clean racing. They were being clean up to that point, so these things do indeed happen. Looking out in front then. Nico, what a surprise, out in front. Holding his own, 5 seconds clear with 34 minutes remaining. I'm sure he's feeling tired, to say the least. P2, if Adam Long, driving the Lexus. Only 4.9 behind and gaining. As I speak, it's dropping down in time. I'm sure they're really pushing. And that was going to be a close battle towards the end. Then P3, we have Ben Crook in the McLaren, who's done well at the start of the stint to clear some of the traffic, gets past people who haven't pit. Evo, who is yet to pit, but knowing how I work, they might pit now because I've said it. No, never mind. What about Bybella in the Aston Martin at P5? So quite a busy top 10, even. Making sure I haven't lost any team decisions, and amongst everything else, any steward calls. As well, looks like they are going to overtake this Aston Martin pretty soon on fresher tyres. Admittedly, a higher fuel load, but fresher tyres, fresher driver. As there is a drive-through penalty given to number 169. That's Anthony Fox has incurred a drive-through penalty. I will see if I can see the reasoning for that yet. There's nothing on the steward's board, so potentially that could have been from track limits. I will see if... Yeah, there's nothing particular. At least they don't have coverage on why they've got a... on why they've received a drive-through penalty. It might be one of the issues they were talking about, the potential for there being some issues with solo driver teams, but I don't think Car 169 is a solo driver team. 169 has 2 drivers, Tom Week and Anthony Fox in that Aston Martin. As this gap's closing, so is the gap out in front of the Lexus. But I can't look away now. Coming up to Surtees. Be looking for gaps around this Aston Martin. 2 Aston Martins. Not side by side in Hawthorns, but looking for a gap for sure. Watching to see where they brake to make sure they match it. Towards Westfields, cutting the corner completely, shifting down. Making sure to keep that rear stable, getting as much of the curve as they can. Dingodale and Sheen curve. Taking it flat. A little bit early braking. Touching the grass, going off a little bit the Aston Martin in front. I'm sure Bella can really see where there are some gaps forming, where they're faster. Unless the other Aston Martin looks pit, which is still not pitting. As they go around Clark's curve towards Paddocks Hill. 0.2 separating them. As Bella goes a bit wide, misses the braking point. Not quite sure what happened there. But they've given a bit of breathing room now to the car in front of the Aston Martin as a Ferrari picks up the slack and is now less than a second to that Aston Martin. They are not going to let mistakes so easily slip. A few more pitting. See Adrian Fox pitting with probably for that drive-through. Still no information on the drive-through. Must have been something, but I didn't see. As Bella picks up the pace there again. With 29 minutes remaining. The only person not to pit would be the car 385 in front of Bella. So they're putting a lot of effort, potentially damaging the tyres for a race they potentially don't even need to have. But I'm sure Bella's aware of that. I'm sure they're being told all about it. That gap is now 3.3 seconds. But Adam Long. Every time he gets to a corner, you can just see Nico disappearing as the back marker moves nicely out of the way. I'm sure he'd love the back markers all to move out of the way as fast as that. 3.4 seconds from him to Nico. Ever decreasing with only 28 minutes remaining. As this camera seems to never like me. There we go. Bella, still hot on the tail of that other Aston Martin, which is yet to pit. And I'm sure they're wondering themselves when they will pit. As they still have not pit. I guess either my information is incorrect, or we have a yellow flag. Oh dear, that's a lot of damage there for the South Park car. What's happened there? Looks like he's gone wide. He's hit another car, hit the wall, bounced off, and collected a lot of damage in the last 27 minutes. I'm sure that is infuriating. Look at the damage on that Ferrari. Possibly a pit scenario. Yeah, it looks like he's crawling towards the pit lane there, and he'll be pitting on lap 189 for them. 186, sorry. 186, hoping to get this damage repaired quickly. As this, back to this battle, it's down to 0.1 seconds. Thank you, camera angle. 0.1 seconds. Hawthorne's taking all the speed, equal machinery. Not equal tyres, though. I'm surprised the other Asimard in front is really holding its own with tyres which have been going for 46 minutes. Whereas the much fresher tyres of this car behind are 18 minutes. This is the view. Coming around Clark Curve. Because the other Aston Martin is the same car, it's just looking for them making small mistakes on braking, carrying too much speed, which they did wonderfully there. But brake matching can only get you so far. Not fast repair. Yep, they're still pitting. Still trying to fix that damage, unfortunately. As you say. Keep an eye out for any steward decisions. Okay. Absolutely fantastic. 25 minutes remaining. Still a close battle for P4 and 5. Here the two Aston Martins. I imagine this might go down to the wire. Shouldn't do. Because I'm convinced, providing everything's being set up correctly, that Aston Martin in front should have one more pit to go. The gap out front from Nico to Adam Long is just 3 seconds and closing with 24 minutes remaining. And further back the gaps vary a lot from 10 seconds to 1 minute, so this is the closest battle for position that we currently have. I mean, overall it's been a great race. Had a false start, a lot of clean racing. Admittedly, the initial server incident was amusing. But everyone learned from their mistakes of that turn 1 incident. And I think a lot of people have made up for that. We've seen quite a few penalties thrown out, but I don't think I've seen any overly aggressive or unsportsmanlike driving today. Some excessive flashing, but headlights were designed for a reason. I'm kidding. I'm just one of those people. Headlight flashing happens. It gives you information and also distracts the driver in front. If it's a nighttime race, then it's not cool. But a daytime race, the driver behind is just wasting their energy flashing them headlights. Looks like it's not going to stick. It's struggling. 8 attempts behind P10-2. Indeed you are. Andres doing very well in this very busy looking mid-pack, which has been busy the whole race. From start to finish, from P4 to P15, has been a kind of to and fro of busyness. Small distances, a tiny mistake here and there from one driver, and it kind of sets the pack back, and easy to lose positions, but equally easy to gain positions. Even behind this car, there's back markers fighting, or front markers, who knows. Putting the pressure on for people that are not even racing. The P1 fight, as you say, is going to be interesting. I think that'll be going down to the wire. Like this one's going down to the wire still. still has not found the hole in the defense. They brake really heavily. Maybe they're pitting now. No, they're not pitting. But that was a really heavy braking zone. As he's really defending hard there. As he lets him by, what's happened? Was that intentional, or did we miss something? That's been up to P4. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe they felt like they needed to give it up. Maybe they're really running low on fuel. Because it looks like that gap is building fast now. It's almost up to a second. That was a long stint. Thank you, Z, for subscribing. I appreciate the support. If you haven't already, in the description there is a link to the GoFundMe for Charlie, for whom this race is being raced for. We are very close to our target goal. Let me have a look, actually. I closed the tab to save memory on my computer, which is ridiculous because my computer is fine. And we are at 932 out of 1,000. We are incredibly close to our donation goal today. So if you haven't already, please do go read his story and help out any way you can. If not, please just share. Christoffel with the hot take, but I can see what you mean. It was less than half a second for about 8-10 laps. Maybe he did decide it wasn't worth the heat with 20 minutes remaining, picking up any damage or doing anything too risky. I know myself, I might just have touched off just a little bit. Just been a little bit freaked out. That gap out front is kind of staying consistently at 3.3. Adam Long is seemingly struggling with traffic. In front of him is P23. Sure being blue flagged, but it's making him lose some time here. He's down on his delta. His last lap was 124 when their bests have been 123s. They've been pretty comfortably in 123s in that Lexus, which is incredible. And I'm sure he just wants to clear some of these back markers going out. Yeah, the back markers have given him the position of the straight. You're right, Christoffel, but he still has not pit. P5 still is yet to pit and has every opportunity to pit. Looks like they have enough space. I mean, there's a gap of 22 seconds. If they did a really quick pit stop, they could still keep track position. As Adam clears traffic and can just about see P1 down the road. And I'm sure they'll be wanting that P1. "19 minutes remain." Not a lot. So as we enter the last 19 minutes, let's just give you the current race standings, just so you can get an indication of where people are. We have Nico up in front, gained 11 positions from the start. Adam, racing in that Lexus, Spider Lexus, 5 positions up, it's in P2. Then Ben Crook in P3, down 1 from the start. They started on the front row of the grid at P2, but they're now in P3. And then McLaren, which are sharing with Lorenzo. P4, we have the Aston Martin, followed by another Aston Martin. With, I think that's 2 track limit warnings. If possibly, or saying they have 2 warnings. I'm not too sure. Do you know that Lexus will be pushing very hard? Let's get back to the broadcast. 4.1 seconds separate them. The other car that I want to give credit to is the Jaguar. 1, I love the livery. 2, it's a Jaguar. They're up into P6. They qualified P6 and they're coming P6 in the looks of things. They've fulfilled all the mandatory pit stops and then some. They've done 6 pit stops, even if they didn't need to. So I wonder how they would have been if they'd done 5 instead of 6. Them and the Ferrari behind them in P7 has done 6 pit stops. So some teams did extra pit stops, probably because of damage or an incident. But credit was credit's due. Maybe if they hadn't done an extra pit stop, they would have been a little bit further out ahead. Especially when the total time they've had in pit stops amounts to a minute. This stint's been a 40-minute long one. They have a 33-second gap to P7. I doubt they're going to want to pit with 17 minutes remaining. How does it look down the grid? A lot of big gaps between a lot of other drivers. A wide variety of fields. With the back of the grid doing 184 laps. Admittedly, they picked up some damage. And the front, 197 laps. No, this is not for two pit stops. There was only 5 mandatory pit stops, I believe. And they all had mandatory driver changes, I think. There wasn't a max stint time. So everyone got a little bit of breathing space. So my PC tells me it's a bit hot. Good for it. The gap is back down to under 3 seconds between P1 and P2. 16 minutes remaining. As a drive-through penalty to P5. What has happened there? They got a drive-through in P5 with 15 minutes remaining. I think we said earlier there's some track limit warnings. Maybe it's now stacked on top of them. That's going to cost them dearly. P6 is only 22 seconds behind and P7 is 30 seconds beyond that. So the drive-through will cost them at least P6. And then they'll probably have to fight hard to hold off. It's got Pepsi in my eye. Ow. As they go for the drive-through straightaway, understandably. There was no reason to hold that. As P6, the Jag will pick up P5. Not even aware that they probably didn't even know they were going to pick up P5. Drive through and a pit stop. Oh, you are right. They are really going to tumble down. I didn't even realise. Because the drive through won't count and they'll have to serve it. And it looks like... Is that them? They've already come out the pit. They've cleared the drive through, but I don't think they're aware that they still need to pit. Or they've done a pit stop. No, it's cleared both. It's cleared both. This is that they've done 6 pit stops. 5 pit stops, sorry. And that they cleared the drive-through. So this is for position now. This is the battle that we were expecting. But the Aston Martin now has fresher tyres. So they're not going to give up easily. Whereas the Jag... close behind, chasing close behind, is in the hands of Dean. But it looks like they can't quite keep enough pace up to chase down the Aston Martin. Only 13 minutes remain. And yes, Christoffel, I thought that would have been the case of a drive-through and then a pit stop, but it counted them both. Not sure why. But I guess that's just the game saying, yes, you can have a pit stop and you can have a driver change and you can clear the drive-through. Good for you. And then that's the end of it. Ooh. Good point, Liam. Yeah, they haven't changed the driver. The server might not recognise. They hadn't changed the driver. So it won't recognise that you're correct. So it's one of these many things we'll have to pick up at the end. What's the gap at the front? 2.1 seconds. And that's held up as well due to a back marker, which moves very nicely up the race line. Thanks to them. So the Lexus is closing with 12 minutes remaining. 2.4 seconds separate them. Only 2.4. If you want a map view, P2, that's not helpful. P2 to P1 is much shorter. It's doing it by numbers, isn't it? Number 5 to 786, you can see they are separated by a corner. The red dot being the Lexus here, and the triangle being the leader. Truly nothing. It will be the black Ferrari on the horizon there. That's what he's hoping to overtake with 12 minutes to go. That's a Jag. Still under half a second. The P5. And another close battle in P19. Already aided by some back markers by the looks of things. Hard to keep a track. A lot of close fighting at the end as we have a pit stop from P7. The Ferrari is pitting with 11 minutes remaining, or is it a drive-through? It's a drive-through. A drive-through I guess they weren't hoping for or expecting, and it's given up a lot of track position there as Andreas moves up a position. Instead of Chris Boardman taking up positions from that drive-through. Well, it looks like Andreas struggles with some traffic. That's traffic moving in down the inside, cutting them off on the racing line. Moving out of the way? No. Racing them as if it's for position, although it is not. So they kind of push him out. Or do they? It looks like they're going to go 3 wide into Hawthorns, even though only one of them is positioned. The other 2 might be fighting. Is it 3 wide into Hawthorns? That can't go well. Andreas does stick it just about. Keeps out the way of that backmarker traffic. They don't want to get tangled after just gaining a position from a drive-through penalty. You bet Nico is sweating? Nico will be sweating. 2.1 is a gap now, with 10 minutes to go. The view from Nico's car, from the Nico's wing, is that. The rear view mirror of Nico is the Spider Lexus ever approaching, cutting that gap to now less than 2 seconds with only 9 minutes to go on that 202 of this 5-hour endurance race. Nico, a reminder, Nico is a solo driver who has got up 12 positions and held P1 on his own. Has done, not even long since, has done the whole, up to this point, nearly 5 hours. And now has a gap of 2 seconds, breathing room to hold off the team behind us. We see a yellow flag behind. What's happened there? The Ferrari's facing the wrong way. It's going to replay. Come out of Druids, touch the curb. They missed the braking point. But they're taking too much curb. Too much curb, lost the rear end, spun it, facing the wrong way. That's not going to help. But they are in P9 now. 18 seconds away from P8. Spider Jag, 1.1 seconds away from P5. Potentially P5, as we said, there's this whole thing we're not sure about with drive-through penalties and such. But again, credit where credit's due. It's a Jaguar. Jaguars are notoriously not fast cars, so they did well. As that gap, 1.5 separates them. In fact, a back marker separates them, which is nothing. Not only can he see the Aston Martin, he's probably already planning how in his last 8 minutes he can get it to stick. I'm sure the back marker might not be aware, unless they have relative on, might not be aware of the battle that they're holding off. It's just the Lexus goes a little bit wide, but sticks it. Ooh, that could have been costly. The back marker moves very nicely out of the way, actually. That Sheen curve around Dingledale. I love that corner name. Around Dingledale. Very nice of them as they go a little bit wide, take a little bit of gravel. 1 second, 1.9 seconds separates the front two cars. With 7 minutes remaining. That car in front, the only car in front, is the car that he wants to overtake before the end of the race in 7 minutes. And then how many laps that equates to depends entirely on when they come towards the end of that lap. But it's going to be close. Talking of close battles, the Jag is 0.2 away from overtaking this Aston Martin, which they have been trying to do for a while. But small mistakes have cost them. Traffic has cost them. As they go side by side down to Hawthorns. But the Aston Martin is inside line as the Spider Jag stops. What's happened there? Did they run out of fuel? Did they disconnect? Interesting. That was less than ideal. It wouldn't have been a fuel loss because they would have disconnected, but it looks like maybe one of their peripherals disconnected. That was a very close battle, almost side by side in Hawthorns, and then it just stops. Not good to see. Looking back, racing with Charlie team, look at that. 0.4 of a second going around Westfields. Taking a lot of gravel, quite risky with very old tyres. As we enter the 6 minutes remaining with 0.9 separating P1 and P2. And I say that. Racing position. Andres gets past, and he does. He makes it stick at Clark Curve. And he's going to want to build that gap with 5 minutes remaining. It was a good overtake he's been waiting for a while now. Following that Aston Martin. Getting up into P7. That's up 9 positions from their start on the grid. But the Aston Martin is not going to let them get past and stay that position easily. As we enter the last 5 minutes, quite a few close battles. We have this one for P7. And then Adam in P2 is 0.8 away from the lead of the race. Cut down from 6 seconds to 0.8, which is incredible. They've had some issues with back markers, they've had some issues with just general traffic. But really not giving anyone any breathing room. As we see here, the Lexus, I guess, getting stuck by more traffic. That is the gap. That car in front, that black Aston Martin, is the leader. That is the one that they want to overtake in the last 4 minutes. That's probably about 3 or 4 more laps, something in that region. The track temperature's dropped down from 31 to 27 during the course of the race, so it'll be slightly colder on older tyres, which is always not super fun mix. The Jaguar turned off power by mistake. That is... oh no. That's so sad. As we have a pit stop, P6. The Aston Martin is pitted and comes out the racing line. Very close to the Ferrari there. For Andreas. Newer tyres, colder tyres. Colder for now. But I'm sure a position that maybe they weren't expecting to have. P7 would have been nice. They're now looking at potential P6. Seeing if they can find a way around the Aston Martin with 3 minutes to go. Sure, it wasn't originally on his mind. But now it just happens. Going up 30s. Looking for a way around him. Also understanding he's got pressure from behind. But in front is where it's at. Would he carry enough speed or more speed through Hawthorns? Being more confident. Wasn't a driver change. I don't know if they did a tyre change. Andrew certainly probably wasn't expecting to have to do a pit stop, but I imagine they might have had to for the driver change issue that we were speaking about earlier. With only 3 minutes remaining. Be interesting to see how this one develops. Because there's a small mistake there from the Aston Martin. Cost dearly. It's a 5-second time penalty. Goes to car 862. Down in P22. Adam Long. Half a second separating him and the front. Both the Scooter Lexus, the Lexus Spider-Man team have done very well. They fought very hard. for their position in P2. And Nico, driver of the day easily, solo driver, nearly 5 hours in, holding his own, and just half a second separating him and P2. And I'm sure he's watching that clock go down. It's at less than 2 minutes 30. Really not a lot to it. There's no gap separating any of these two battles. 0.4 here and 0.4 for the lead. As we see a change over here as well. M&M car losing a position. Back to the front. Half a second. Less than half a second. The Aston Martin does seem to be quicker on these straights though. I guess down to setup. But throughout all of the last sector, is when all the time is made up with 1:43 remaining. When we have lap times of 1:22, that means that we'll be having around 2 laps remaining. As it looks like, the Aston Martin brakes a little bit late there in Druids, giving the Lexus a little bit more close power, as we see 0.2 separating these two, going into paddock kill, just has to back out just a little bit. Trying to keep track of 2 battles at once isn't fun. As they come down to Druids, and Aston Martin plants exactly where it needs to be to hold off that Ferrari. Going back forward again. The Lexus. P2, Adam Long. 1 minute remains of this race. I'm sure he will be hoping for small mistakes from Nico. Fatigued. Long race as a solo driver. 0.3 separating them. As I said earlier, the place that this Lexus is really picking up this pace is in this final sector. As the gap is now basically nothing. Clear ways to Clark Curve. 0.2 of a second separating the lead. We're going into the final lap. Nothing separates them. This will be all down to braking point. Holding it. He's gone around the outside. He's going to outbrake himself. The Aston Martin's going to hold the power, keep it long. Just keeps position just down in front ever so slightly. Down to Druids. Really match each other's braking points. This is the final lap. And the Lexus wants it. Adam wants it. For the team, Nico wants to hold it for his own as a solo driver. Down clearways, they're hitting back markers, which either will move out the way, or they will damage this battle. Moving far out the way, letting both cars through. Absolutely nothing separates them. 0.2 of a second. Coming down, Pilgrim's drop towards Hawthorns. Looks like the Lexus carries through just a little bit more speed. As a back marker just looks like they're getting away. Slightly holds up. Adam's drive here for P1. As we come to the last sector of this 5-hour endurance race. Nico out in front, 0.3. Little slide from the Lexus, a little bit of drifting. Sterling's. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. And here we are. Final corner of the 5-hour endurance race. Spider-Jag moves out of the way. Very close. But Nico has taken it. That is Nico. P1 as he drifts at the end, understandably. A solo driver who's done all 5 hours on his own and held his own in that end, fighting really hard, with only a second separating him and Adam, who was driving the Spider Lexus in P2. Coming up in P3, Ben Long, and then a fight right at the end. Ish. No, P7. I'll go back. Pretty much everyone has covered it. I'll just go through them now. Congrats to all the drivers. You have Nico in P1. We have Adam Long in P2. Crook in P3. Then Bella, P4. Dean in P5. We have Evo in P6. Adrius coming across in P7. Chris in P8. Samuel in P9. And closing on the top 10, we have Michael. There are some penalties showing, which will probably be cleared, so we'll have to bear with that. I wonder... There's lots of penalties coming through. I will switch to a thing in a second. But, well done, all of the drivers. Thank you to everyone who stopped by and donated towards this fundraiser for Charlie. If anyone hasn't yet, please go to the description below, where there will be a link to the GoFundMe. We raised £932 of our £1,000 target, so well done, everyone. Thank you to everyone who shared, and especially well done to all the drivers, and well done to Nico today for taking the win. I will put myself when the stream there, and I will just put on some things, and also I'll leave a community post describing the final positions. But again, well done everyone, thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. And to Charlie and his brother Freddie, if you're watching, thank you for watching. And good luck with your fight, Charlie. Thank you very much.